Welcome to Sleep Softly, a channel where timeless stories, gentle narration, and quiet atmospheres help you drift into rest. Before we begin tonight's tale, I'd love to know, where are you listening from? Share it in the comments below. It's always wonderful to see our little community stretching across the world. Now it's time to get comfortable. Settle into your bed or favourite chair. Close your eyes, take a slow, deep breath, and let the day melt away. Allow my voice to carry you softly into sleep, to a place where imagination flows and dreams begin. In the dim, hushed confines of his modest flat, located within the labyrinthine streets of the East End of London, Pip found himself enveloped in a restlessness that seemed to cling to the very air, like the oppressive fog that pressed against the window panes. The hour was late, and yet sleep proved an elusive companion, as if banished by the persistent murmur of his thoughts, which danced and twirled across the surface of his mind, much like the flickering gaslight that cast its pale glow upon the room, elongating shadows into spectral forms. The distant rhythmic clatter of horse hooves upon cobblestones floated up from the street below, creating an echoing cadence that merged with the ticking of the clock, each tick marking time in a life that seemed to stretch interminably without promise of adventure or change. Pip paced the limited breadth of his room, his footsteps soft upon the worn carpet, the walls seeming to close in upon him with each circuit. His gaze flitted toward the window, beyond which the city lay shrouded in mist, a spectral world of muted outlines and softened edges. He paused momentarily, peering into the obscurity beyond the glass, his reflection ghostly and indistinct as if the fog had seeped inside, blurring the boundaries between his thoughts and the tangible world. The gaslight above him sputtered with a gentle persistence, casting a warm but uncertain light, echoing the flickers of doubt and ambition that stirred within his breast. His life, so neatly ordered and predictable, stretched before him, a path well trodden and devoid of surprise, and yet within him stirred a longing, a yearning for something beyond the confines of his daily routine. The monotony of his clerkship, with its endless ledgers and figures, seemed to whisper to him of a life unrealized, a potential left untapped. And so, with a sudden, unbidden impulse born of this restless introspection, Pip resolved to venture out into the night, to allow the cool embrace of the fog and the quietude of the sleeping city to calm his churning thoughts. He moved with deliberation now, retrieving his coat and hat from their accustomed place, the familiar fabric a comfort against the chill that awaited him. The act of donning his outer garments, simple though it was, carried with it a sense of purpose, a determination to seek clarity amidst the shadows and the fog. As he turned the key in the lock and stepped over the threshold, the gaslight flickered once more, as if bidding him farewell, its light briefly illuminating the small room he left behind, a sanctuary of ordered chaos now abandoned to silence. The door clicked shut with a quiet finality, and Pip descended the narrow staircase, each step an echo of resolve, until he emerged into the street, where the fog clung like a spectral cloak. The gas lamps lining the thoroughfare stood sentinel, their light diffused through the mist, casting halos that shimmered and wavered in the cool night air. The cobblestones beneath his feet were slick with moisture, the city's breath a gentle whisper that wound its way through the alleys and lanes, carrying with it the myriad scents and sounds of a metropolis at rest. As Pip set off into the fog-laden streets, the world around him seemed to hold its breath, a tableau of muted colours and softened edges, where the familiar became mysterious, and the unknown beckoned with a quiet allure. The distant chime of a clock tower marked the passage of time with a solemn dignity, its echoes mingling with the sound of his own measured footsteps. And so, with the fog as his companion, and the gaslight his guide, Pip ventured forth into the night, his heart lightening with each step, curiosity replacing restlessness, as he surrendered to the gentle rhythms of the city, embracing the promise of a night unburdened by the weight of unfulfilled ambitions, Out into the mist-shrouded evening, young Pip stepped with a cautious curiosity, his senses attuned to the whispering secrets of the night. The dense fog clung to him like a spectral shroud, wrapping the cobbled streets in its soft embrace, rendering familiar outlines into phantoms of their former selves. The gas lamps, their warm glow muted by the mist, cast pools of golden light that danced upon the slick stones, creating an ethereal tapestry of shadow and luminescence. Each step he took was accompanied by the gentle echo of his boots, a comforting rhythm that harmonized with the distant, melancholy tolling of a church bell, its sonorous clang reverberating through the silent thoroughfares, marking the slow passage of time. The usual cacophony of the city, with its bustling crowds and clattering carriages, seemed to have retreated into the depths of memory, leaving behind a serene stillness that was both unsettling and intriguing. In this transformed landscape, Pip found his perceptions heightened, each detail magnified by the obscuring fog. The grand facades of the Victorian architecture, with their intricate carvings and ornate stonework, seemed to loom larger, their features softened yet made more mysterious by the veil of mist. Archways and columns appeared as solemn sentinels, guarding the secrets of the ages. Their silence spoke volumes to the attentive ear. As Pip wandered deeper into the labyrinth of lanes and alleys, he became acutely aware of the figures that moved like shadows within the fog. Dark silhouettes flitted past, their identities obscured, appearing and disappearing with ghostly grace. Here, a gentleman in a top hat, his cane tapping softly against the stones. There, a lady with a parasol, the hem of her dress whispering secrets to the night air. These fleeting glimpses stirred Pip's imagination, weaving tales of intrigue and adventure, as if the city itself was a vast stage upon which 1,000 dramas were played out in hushed tones. The fog-laden streets seemed to conspire with the night, guiding Pip with an unseen hand, each turn revealing yet another alley, another mystery. The very air was thick with possibilities, each corner promising the discovery of hidden wonders. The gaslight flickered invitingly, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the narrow paths, beckoning him onward into the unknown. The city, with its myriad of secrets, seemed to breathe with a life of its own, inviting the curious and the bold to lose themselves within its depths. And so Pip continued his nocturnal journey, his heart alight with a sense of wonder, the fog and the gaslight weaving a spell that drew him ever deeper into the heart of the city. The distant bell tolled once more, its echo a gentle reminder of the hour, yet time seemed to lose its meaning in this dreamlike realm, where the past and present mingled in harmonious accord. Each step was a step into the unknown, a surrender to the enchantment of the night, a relinquishing of the mundane in favour of the extraordinary. As he rounded yet another corner, the fog parted briefly, revealing a distant lamplight that glimmered like a beacon in the gloom. It was as if the city itself was offering a path, a gentle nudge towards discovery, and Pip, with a heart full of anticipation, followed its glow, his footsteps echoing softly in the quiet night. The street, with its secrets and its stories, welcomed him with open arms as he ventured into the embrace of shadows and light, each step a testament to the allure of the enigmatic streets. In the midst of the veiled and winding streets, where the cobblestones seemed to whisper beneath Pip's feet, there emerged a solitary figure, standing with an air of composed elegance beneath the flickering glow of a gaslight. The scene was set with the kind of quietude that one might expect in the repose between the city's bustling heartbeats, and yet, within that silence, there was an unmistakable invitation to curiosity. The figure was that of a woman, her silhouette outlined with such precision against the dim light that she appeared almost ethereal, as if conjured by the night itself to beckon the wandering traveller. Pip, with a heart stirred by both an inexplicable fascination and a gentle trepidation, approached the figure with cautious steps, his eyes keen upon the lady's visage, which bore the marks of aristocratic grace. Her attire was of the finest fabric, a testament to her elevated station, her presence a stark contrast to the humble surroundings. It was as though she had stepped out of a grand portrait to grace the nocturnal street with her presence. The gaslight, casting its warm yet wavering illumination, created a halo around her, granting her an air of mystery that seemed to whisper of tales untold and secrets well guarded. "Good evening, sir," she spoke, her voice carrying a melodic quality that seemed to float upon the night air, each word carefully measured, yet laced with a subtle intimacy that suggested a familiarity with the shadows that surrounded them. "What brings you to these parts at such an hour when most are in the embrace of slumber?" Her question hung in the air, imbued with a curiosity that matched his own. "Good evening, madam," replied Pip, his voice respectful yet tinged with the eagerness of youthful inquiry. "The city is a labyrinth of wonders and whispers, and I find myself drawn to its mysteries even in the quiet of the night. Might I inquire as to your presence here, beneath the watchful gaze of the gaslight?" The lady's lips curved into a knowing smile, one that suggested both amusement and a depth of understanding beyond the ordinary ken. "Ah, the city does indeed hold many secrets," she mused, her gaze drifting momentarily to the shadows that danced at the periphery of the lamplight. "And not all are meant to be uncovered by the light of day." Her words carried with them an air of cryptic allure, as though she were imparting a piece of her own soul to the night, and to Pip, who listened with rapt attention. "There are places," she continued, her voice now a gentle murmur that seemed to caress the very fabric of the night, "hidden societies and unseen worlds, where the ordinary and the extraordinary intermingle. To wander these streets is to brush against the edges of such realms, to hear the echoes of those who walk paths beyond our understanding." Her eyes, bright and reflective, met Pip's, and in that gaze was the weight of knowledge and the promise of revelations yet to come. Pip felt the stirrings of a curiosity deeper than any he had known, a yearning to uncover the truths that lay hidden in the city's folds. Yet he understood, too, the delicacy of such knowledge, the wisdom required to navigate its treacherous paths. "Your words intrigue me, lady," he said, his voice now a soft echo of his thoughts, "and I find myself desirous of knowing more, though I suspect much must remain veiled, at least for now." The lady nodded, her expression one of gentle empathy, as though she too had once stood in his place, eager for understanding yet aware of the shadow's embrace. "Perhaps, in time, the paths will reveal themselves to you," she replied, her voice a soft promise carried on the night breeze. "But for now, let the mysteries remain as they are, for the night is young and the city is vast." With those words, Lady Evelyn, for such was her name, turned gracefully from the light, her figure melding with the shadows of the narrow street, leaving Pip to ponder the enigma she had presented, the allure of the hidden that would no doubt call to him again. The gaslight flickered once more, as if nodding in agreement with the night's unfolding tale, and Pip, with a mind full of wonder, continued his walk, the echoes of her words lingering in the cool night air, under the whispering veil of a mist that clung to the cobblestones like a well-loved quilt. Pip found his steps leading him toward a quaint, old-fashioned shop whose windows glimmered softly under the gentle caress of the gaslight. The panes, slightly fogged, offered a glimpse into a world of yesteryear, a tableau of curiosities and trinkets that spoke in hushed tones of lives long past, and secrets that had danced upon the very air of this venerable street. There, amidst the dim wares, stood Mrs. Crumb, her figure outlined in the soft glow of an interior lamp, her hands deftly arranging and rearranging an assortment of items that seemed to hold within them the stories of countless years. Pip paused at the window, his breath fogging the glass as he peered inside with an expression that mingled curiosity and nostalgia, a yearning for connection with something that felt as familiar as the beating of his own heart. The shop, with its polished wood counters and shelves overflowing with charming miscellanea, beckoned to him with a silent invitation, a promise of warmth and revelation amid the night's cool embrace. Feeling an inexplicable pull, as if the shop itself whispered his name, he pushed open the door, a bell tinkling softly above his head, announcing his entrance into this world of quiet wonder. Mrs. Crumb turned at the sound, her eyes, kind and knowing, meeting Pip's with a depth of understanding that seemed to transcend the moment. "Ah, young Pip," she greeted, her voice a gentle melody echoing through the room. "It's been some time since your footsteps graced this old shop. What brings you back to our little corner of history on such a night?" Her smile, warm and welcoming, seemed to hold within it a wealth of stories untold, a tapestry of the past woven with threads of memory and time. Pip, momentarily at a loss for words, found himself drawn to her presence as one might be drawn to the comforting warmth of a hearth on a winter's eve. "I was merely wandering," he replied, his voice tinged with the wistfulness of one who seeks without knowing precisely what he hopes to find. "And yet, as if guided by invisible hands, I find myself here, perhaps in search of something long forgotten." Mrs. Crumb nodded, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief, as if she held a secret that danced just beyond the edge of her lips. "The past has a way of calling to us, does it not? Like a familiar tune that lingers in the mind, refusing to fade." She gestured for Pip to join her at a small table laden with an assortment of peculiar objects, each one a keeper of tales waiting to be heard. "Sit with me, Pip, and let us see what stories these treasures might share with us tonight." As Pip settled into the chair opposite her, the room seemed to wrap around him like a comforting cloak, the soft glow of the lamp casting gentle shadows that wavered upon the walls. Mrs. Crumb's hands moved with practised grace, picking up an item here, a trinket there, each one bearing the weight of history and memory. "These things," she mused, "they speak of lives once lived, of moments cherished and lost, much like threads in the vast tapestry of your own lineage, dear Pip." Her words, tender and insightful, stirred within Pip a deep well of reflection, a longing to understand the weave of his own story, the intricacies of family and fate. As they spoke, Mrs. Crumb revealed snippets of his family's past, tales of ancestors whose footsteps had once trod this very street, whose dreams and struggles had laid the foundations of the life he now walked. Each revelation was like a brushstroke upon the canvas of his understanding, adding layers to the portrait of his identity. With each passing moment, the shop seemed to breathe in harmony with their conversation, the air thick with the sense of time's passage and the gentle hum of history. As the night deepened, Pip found himself rising to leave, his heart full of questions and contemplations, the echoes of Mrs. Crumb's words lingering like the softest of whispers in the stillness. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice carrying the weight of gratitude and yearning. "You have given me much to ponder." Mrs. Crumb, with a nod and a smile, watched as he stepped out into the night once more, the bell chiming softly in his wake. As he walked away, the mist wrapped around him like a familiar friend, the gaslights flickering gently in their steadfast vigil. And so, with thoughts swirling like the fog around him, Pip continued his midnight walk, his mind a vessel of wonder and introspection as the echoes of the past mingled with the promise of what lay ahead. As Pip meandered further into the depths of the shadowed city, his thoughts as nebulous as the mist curling languidly at his feet, he found himself in a narrow alleyway where the cobblestones lay slick with recent rain, shimmering faintly under the scant glow of the gaslights. The alley, hemmed in by towering brick edifices that seemed to lean conspiratorially towards one another, held a certain enigmatic charm, as though it invited secrets to nestle within its crevices. It was here, amidst the quietude only occasionally disturbed by the distant sound of carriages clattering over the cobbled streets, that something peculiar caught Pip's eye. A small folded note, almost imperceptible in the dim light, tucked with deliberate care into a fissure in the wall. Pausing, he reached out with a tentative hand, his fingers brushing against the rough texture of brick before retrieving the missive. With a deliberate slowness, he unfolded the paper, its surface slightly damp from the night air, yet the ink remained bold and clear, as if the words had been inscribed with a purpose that defied the elements. The script was elegant, each letter a testament to the writer's meticulous nature, and as Pip read the message, a sense of both dread and intrigue unfurled within him, like the tendrils of fog that clung persistently to the alleyway. The note, addressed to him by name, spoke of a danger that loomed unseen, a shadow lurking just beyond the periphery of his awareness, and it urged him to meet a certain individual at a designated place and time. There was an urgency in the words, a subtle insistence that conveyed the gravity of the situation without the need for embellishment. Pip's heart quickened, a mix of fear and anticipation coursing through his veins, for here was a tangible link to the mysterious whispers of secret societies that Lady Evelyn had hinted at with such tantalizing elusiveness. He stood for a moment, the gaslight casting a gentle halo around him, as if to illuminate the path his thoughts must take, and he considered the implications of the note. Was this a chance to unravel the tapestry of intrigue that had begun to weave itself around his life, or was it merely the prelude to danger, a siren's call that might lead him astray? The very air seemed to hold its breath, waiting for his decision, as if the city itself was a living entity, invested in the unfolding drama of its inhabitants. With a resolute nod, Pip folded the note once more, tucking it securely into his pocket, the paper now a secret close to his heart. The decision made, he felt a curious sense of calm descend upon him, as if by accepting the challenge, he had embraced the uncertainty that lay ahead. The alley, with its whispering stones and watchful shadows, seemed to acknowledge his choice, the echoes of his footsteps reverberating gently as he made his way back to the main thoroughfare, where the gaslights continued their silent vigil. As he walked, Pip could not help but ponder the identity of the mysterious correspondent, the mind behind the elegant script that had so deftly entwined him in this nocturnal adventure. The city, with its myriad secrets and hidden corners, seemed alive with possibility, each shadow a potential ally or adversary, and yet, in the quiet solitude of the night, there was a comfort in knowing that he was not alone in his quest for understanding. The mist, ever-present and ever-changing, wrapped around him like a protective cloak, as if to assure him that the path he had chosen, though fraught with uncertainty, was one worth treading. And so, with the note a silent companion in his pocket, Pip resolved to seek out the meeting place, his mind a kaleidoscope of wonder and resolve as the night unfolded before him in all its mysterious glory. He took a deep breath, inhaling the crisp night air, and continued on his way, the echoes of his steps weaving a gentle rhythm in the quiet of the city, guiding him forward into the unknown. So, as Pip set forth into the heart of London, the city revealed itself to him in a symphony of contrasts, each street a note in the grand composition of urban life. The wide avenues, lined with stately edifices of polished stone, whispered tales of prosperity and power, their grandeur magnified by the soft glow of gaslights that stood like sentinels in the night. Yet as he journeyed further, these monuments to wealth and influence began to give way to narrower lanes, where the opulent facades of the wealthy were replaced by the humble abodes of those less fortunate, whose lives were lived in the shadows of grandeur, their existence marked by toil and perseverance. As Pip walked, the fog thick with the secrets of the city curled around his legs like a living thing, lending an air of mystery to his path. The gaslights flickered above him, their flames dancing in the slight breeze, casting wavering shadows that seemed to follow him with a watchful gaze. The air was filled with a symphony of sounds, the distant clatter of a carriage, the soft murmur of voices from within dimly lit taverns, and the occasional bark of a dog echoing through the alleyways. These were the sounds of London, a city unceasing in its movement, where the whispers of the night mingled with the dreams of its inhabitants. In this urban tapestry, the stark divisions of class were as evident as the cobblestones beneath Pip's feet. He passed by figures cloaked in fine garments, their footsteps brisk and assured as they navigated the city's streets with an air of entitlement. Yet in the shadows there lingered others, their faces marked by the hardships of life, moving with a quiet resignation that spoke of dreams unfulfilled and hopes deferred. This juxtaposition of opulence and squalor mirrored the contrast within Pip's own life, a young man straddling the line between ambition and uncertainty, his heart caught between the aspirations of a future yet unwritten and the realities of his present. As he ventured deeper into the city, the anticipation of the night's mysteries wrapped itself around him, as tangible as the fog that clung to the streets. He could feel the weight of the unknown pressing upon him, each step bringing him closer to the appointed meeting place where answers awaited. The gaslights above seemed to flicker more intensely, as if aware of the import of his journey, their light casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestones like the fingers of fate, guiding him onward. Pip's heart quickened with the thrill of expectation, a mixture of excitement and apprehension that set his pulse racing. He was acutely aware of the significance of this night, of the convergence of past and future at this singular moment in time. The streets around him seemed to hold their breath, the very air thick with the weight of possibilities, as if the city itself was poised on the brink of revelation. At last, Pip arrived at the designated meeting place, a secluded corner where the light of the gas lamps pooled upon the ground in a circle of gold. He paused, taking a moment to compose himself, to quiet the tumult within his chest. The night, with all its mysteries and promises, enveloped him in its embrace, and he stood there, a solitary figure amidst the vastness of the city, ready to face whatever lay ahead. With a steadying breath he steeled himself for the encounter, his resolve as firm as the cobblestones beneath his feet, and stepped forward into the waiting night. As Pip traversed the narrow winding alley, its cobblestones worn smooth by countless footsteps, he was acutely aware of the fog that swirled around him, a nebulous curtain that cloaked the city in secrecy. The gaslights, with their flickering glow, cast elongated shadows that danced along the walls, creating an ever-shifting tapestry of light and dark. Each step he took seemed to echo with a life of its own, as if the very stones whispered tales of those who had passed this way before, tales of intrigue and quiet revolution. At length, he arrived at a nondescript door, its weathered surface bearing the scars of time, and there he hesitated, conscious of the momentousness of the threshold he was about to cross. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that stirs restlessness in the soul, and he could feel it in the very marrow of his bones. As if sensing his presence, the door opened to reveal a figure cloaked in shadow, a silent sentinel who beckoned him forward with a subtle nod. Guided by his enigmatic host, Pip entered a dimly lit room where the air was heavy with the scent of burning candles and the hushed murmur of low voices. The room was populated by figures similarly cloaked, their identities concealed, yet their purpose palpable in the attentive air they exuded. The flickering flames cast a warm glow upon their gathered forms, creating an atmosphere of clandestine camaraderie, as if each soul therein was bound by a common thread of ambition and hope for a better world. At the heart of this gathering stood Mr. Thorne, a man whose presence demanded attention, his countenance aglow with a charismatic fervour that seemed to draw all eyes to him. His voice, rich and resonant, filled the room with a melody of words that spoke of ideals and visions, of a society reshaped into something more just and equitable. Pip was both entranced and sceptical, his heart stirred by the eloquence of the speech, yet his mind, ever cautious, questioned the feasibility of such dreams in a world so entrenched in its ways. Mr. Thorne spoke of change as if it were a tangible thing within reach, if only the will existed to grasp it. He painted pictures with his words, vibrant and compelling, of a new society where each individual was valued, where the echoes of oppression were silenced, and where the fog of despair was lifted to reveal a horizon of hope. Pip listened intently, his emotions a tempest of admiration and doubt, for in his heart he longed for such a world, yet knew the weight of tradition and resistance that lay like an anchor upon the aspirations of men. As the speech drew to a close, the room was filled with a contemplative silence, as if each person present was deep within the chambers of their own thoughts, evaluating the vision laid before them. Mr. Thorne's words lingered in the air, a haunting melody that resonated with the latent desire for transformation that pulsed beneath the surface of Victorian society. In the dim light, Pip's eyes met those of his fellow attendees, and in that shared gaze, he saw a reflection of his own conflicted hopes and fears, a silent acknowledgement of the uncertain journey that lay ahead. With the meeting dispersing, Pip found himself once again in the embrace of the night, the echoes of Mr. Thorne's speech lingering in his mind like the fading notes of a distant song. The fog, ever present, wrapped around him with a gentle insistence, its whispers mingling with the rhythm of his footsteps as he made his way back through the labyrinthine streets. The gaslights flickered in their solemn vigil, guiding him forward, their steady glow a beacon of constancy in a world poised on the brink of change. As Pip emerged from the dimly lit chamber, his mind was awash with the cacophony of thoughts and revelations that had been presented to him, each one a note in the symphony of his newfound understanding. The fog, ever his silent companion, clung to the cobblestones underfoot, its cool tendrils entwining around his legs as if to anchor him in this moment of profound introspection. The gaslights, standing sentinel amidst the mist, cast their golden halos upon the pavement, illuminating his path with a faint ethereal glow that seemed to pulse in time with his heartbeat. It was in this state of quiet contemplation that Lady Evelyn's presence emerged from the shadows like a spectre from some half-remembered dream, her silhouette framed by the soft luminescence of the gaslight. Her eyes, pools of enigmatic depth, met his with a knowing gaze that seemed to peer directly into the recesses of his soul. "Mr. Pip," she began, her voice a gentle current that carried with it the weight of untold truths and hidden histories, "I believe you are now ready to hear what I must tell you." Pip, who had thought himself immune to further surprise, found himself once more besieged by the tide of revelation she now set before him. The notion that his father, the man whose memory was an indelible part of his own identity, had once been entangled in the intricate web of the secret society, was as astonishing as it was unsettling. This revelation, like a stone cast into a still pond, sent ripples through the fabric of his understanding, challenging the very foundation of the life he believed he knew. Lady Evelyn, perceiving his inner tumult, offered him a choice, one that shimmered with the allure of adventure and the promise of purpose. "You, too, could join us," she proposed, her words weaving a tapestry of possibility and intrigue. "There is a place for you amongst us, should you desire it, a chance to walk the path your father once tread, to discover the truths he pursued, and to find your own meaning amidst the shadows." Pip stood in the alley, the fog swirling around him like the whispers of forgotten voices as he weighed the gravity of her offer. The prospect of aligning himself with the society, of embarking on a journey fraught with mystery and potential, tugged at his heartstrings with a compelling insistence. Yet intertwined with this sense of anticipation was the gnawing uncertainty of what such an alignment might entail for his future and the legacy of his past. The night, thick with the hush of the river and the soft echo of distant bells, seemed to hold its breath as Pip pondered his crossroads. His thoughts were a tapestry of doubt and hope, each thread woven with the influence of his father's shadow and the allure of the unknown. In this moment, suspended between doubt and decision, he felt the gentle press of the fog, the steady glow of the gaslights, and the rhythmic beat of his own heart, each a reminder of the world that lay beyond this moment of choice. As Lady Evelyn watched him, her expression a blend of patience and understanding. Pip knew that the path he chose would not merely define his future, but also redefine his understanding of himself. With a slow, deliberate breath, he allowed the tranquility of the evening to settle over him, and in that quietude he found the stirrings of resolve. Though the decision did not yet crystallize in his mind, the journey towards it had begun, and with each step he took into the fog-laden night, he felt himself edging closer to the answers he sought. Thus he stood, a solitary figure embraced by the night, contemplating the echoes of the past and the promises of what might yet come as the world around him whispered its ancient lullaby. As the night air thickened with the familiar embrace of London's fog, Pip, wrapped in his own musings, ambled onward through the dimly lit streets, guided by the steadfast glow of the gas lamps that stood like sentinels along his path. These lamps, with their glass enclosures softly hissing, cast pools of golden light that struggled valiantly against the encroaching mist, creating an atmosphere both ethereal and mysterious. The fog, ever present, seemed to dance and weave between the lamplight, whispering secrets of the city long forgotten, while Pip, a solitary traveller in this nocturnal tableau, felt the weight of the night as a comforting shroud that enveloped his thoughts and dreams alike. As he turned a corner near an old, crumbling theatre, its facade bearing the scars of time and neglect, the echo of distant carriage wheels reverberated softly through the silence, adding a rhythmic counterpoint to his solitary footsteps. The theatre, once a beacon of culture and mirth, now stood as a testament to the inexorable march of time, its grandeur faded yet still whispering tales of drama and intrigue to those who cared to listen. It was here, in this setting of faded splendour and lingering shadows, that Pip's attention was drawn to a group of figures gathered in a narrow alleyway, their forms indistinct yet compelling in their clandestine assembly. Intrigued by their quiet congregating, Pip edged closer, his curiosity tempered by a prudent apprehension that urged caution. The figures, shrouded in shadow and fog, appeared to be engaged in a whispered conference, their voices barely audible above the gentle hiss of the gas lamps. The scene was one of secretive import, the kind that might stir the imagination of any observer not entirely devoid of romantic sensibilities, and Pip, ever the inquisitive mind, found himself drawn to the mystery unfolding before him. Among these shadowy figures, one stood slightly apart, her posture both commanding and enigmatic, as though she were both part of the gathering and yet distinct from it. As Pip's eyes adjusted to the dim light, he discerned the familiar countenance of Lady Evelyn, her face partially concealed by a dark veil that lent an air of mystique to her presence. Lady Evelyn, a figure of considerable intrigue in her own right, carried with her an aura of quiet authority that both fascinated and confounded those who crossed her path. Pip's heart quickened with a mix of curiosity and unease, for Lady Evelyn's presence here amidst such a gathering suggested a depth of intrigue that beckoned him closer, yet it was a depth fraught with the potential for discovery and consequence. He hesitated, his mind a tumult of questions and suppositions, each more tantalizing than the last, as he pondered the nature of her involvement and the purpose of this midnight assembly. Yet, as the moments passed, and the whispers continued their soft cadence beneath the veil of night, Pip resolved to follow Lady Evelyn, his decision driven by an instinctive sense that her path might lead him toward the answers he sought. He remained at a respectful distance, careful not to disturb the delicate balance of shadows and light that concealed him as he watched Lady Evelyn depart from the group, her figure soon swallowed by the fog that clung to the narrow streets of the city. Thus Pip set forth once more, his steps echoing softly in the stillness, the fog-laden night an ever-present companion on his journey. He followed the path illuminated by the gentle glow of the gas lamps, each step a quiet testament to his resolve and his desire for understanding as the world around him whispered its ancient lullaby, and the echoes of the past mingled with the promises of what might yet come. Pip's heart beat with a curious blend of trepidation and anticipation as he shadowed the graceful silhouette of Lady Evelyn, her figure moving with an elegant determination that belied the lateness of the hour. The gas lamps, casting their pale amber glow, rendered the surrounding streets a tableau of chiaroscuro, where shadows played mischievously amongst the cobblestones, and the ever-present fog curled languidly around the corners of the buildings, as if guarding the secrets of the night. Each step he took was a careful echo of hers, a quiet symphony of footfalls that reverberated through the tranquil air, lending an air of solemnity to his pursuit. As they traversed the winding streets, the world seemed to hold its breath in reverent silence, the only sound the gentle whisper of the river nearby, its waters reflecting the moonlight in a shimmering dance of light and shadow. The houses, standing like silent sentinels, were draped in ivy and mystery, their windows dark and unseeing save for the occasional flicker of a candle or the distant glow of a hearth. It was a world suspended between wakefulness and slumber, where time itself seemed to stretch and yawn in the embrace of the night. At length Lady Evelyn's path drew her to a grand townhouse, its facade a testament to a bygone era of opulence, now softened by the creeping embrace of nature's own artistry. The ivy, in its verdant splendour, clung to the walls as if to hold the memories within, while the wrought-iron gate, with its intricate filigree, seemed to pulse with secrets untold. Here she paused momentarily, her hand resting lightly on the gate, her gaze sweeping over the house with a familiarity that spoke volumes of her intent. Pip observed from the shadows, his curiosity piqued and his resolve unyielding, as Lady Evelyn was greeted by a doorman whose nod was as subtle as a whisper in the wind. The door opened, casting a shaft of warm, inviting light onto the street, and she disappeared within, leaving Pip to ponder the mysteries that lay beyond. Driven by an insatiable desire for understanding, he waited, patient as the night itself, until the world seemed to turn its gaze elsewhere, and then approached the house with the quiet determination of one who seeks to unravel the threads of fate. Peering through a partially open window, Pip beheld a scene that was at once ordinary and extraordinary, a gathering of well-dressed individuals whose expressions bore the weight of seriousness and purpose. The room, grand yet intimate, was alive with the murmur of conversation, the clinking of glasses, and the rustle of silk and velvet, all underpinned by the pervasive sense of a shared mission, a collective endeavour that transcended the mundane concerns of the everyday world. At the centre of this assembly stood Mr. Thorne, a figure of undeniable charisma and authority, his presence commanding the attention of all with a quiet yet compelling confidence. His voice, though Pip could not discern the words, resonated with the cadence of conviction, drawing his audience into the orbit of his influence like moths to a flame. It was a tableau of intent and intrigue, a gathering of minds aligned in purpose, a secret society whose existence was woven into the very fabric of the night. As Pip withdrew from his vantage point, his mind was awash with thoughts and possibilities, each more tantalizing than the last. He resolved, with a determination as steadfast as the stars in the night sky, to uncover the nature of this clandestine assembly, to delve deeper into the mysteries that lay shrouded in the shadows of this grand townhouse. His heart, guided by the twin beacons of curiosity and resolve, charted a course toward understanding as the fog continued to drift serenely along the street, its presence a silent witness to his unfolding journey. As Pip turned back onto the street, his mind a whirl of questions and half-formed theories, he was suddenly arrested by a gentle voice that seemed to emerge from the very mists themselves, as if conjured by some mysterious force. "Ah, young Master Pip," the voice intoned warmly, its owner stepping into the soft glow of the gaslight, revealing the familiar, kindly countenance of Mrs. Crumb, the shopkeeper whose establishment was a haven of warmth and sustenance in the heart of the bustling city. She appeared, as if by some quiet enchantment, from the faintly swirling fog that danced around the cobblestones, her presence both unexpected and oddly reassuring in the chill of the night. Mrs. Crumb with her countenance framed by the delicate lace of her bonnet, smiled at Pip with an expression of such genuine benevolence that it seemed to momentarily dispel the mysteries that clung to the evening air. "A fine night for a stroll, is it not?" she remarked, her voice carrying the cadence of one well versed in the art of gentle conversation. "Though I must say, it is rare to see a young gentleman such as yourself out at this hour." Her eyes twinkled with a knowingness that hinted at secrets untold, and before Pip could fully articulate a response, she continued, "Would you care to accompany me back to the shop? A warm cup of tea might be just the thing on such a night." As they walked together through the fog-enshrouded streets, Mrs. Crumb spoke in tones that seemed to weave a tapestry of intrigue, her words both cryptic and comforting, as if she held the threads of the city's many untold tales. She spoke of the society that gathered in the grand townhouse, her insights delivered in riddles and half-whispered suggestions, leaving Pip both intrigued and at times perplexed. "There are connections, dear Pip," she mused, her voice a soft murmur against the backdrop of echoing footsteps, "between the stories we hear and the lives we lead, connections that bind us in ways unseen." By the time they reached the sanctuary of Mrs. Crumb's shop, Pip found himself enveloped in a cocoon of warmth and light, the air rich with the comforting aroma of freshly baked bread, and the gentle flicker of candlelight casting a golden glow upon the wooden shelves lined with jars and tins. The shop, with its low-hanging beams and well-worn floorboards, was a tableau of domestic tranquillity, a refuge from the uncertainties of the world beyond its door. Here, in this intimate setting, Pip felt a peculiar sense of belonging, as though he had stepped into a chapter of his own life he had yet to read. Seated at a small table, a steaming cup of tea before him, Pip listened intently as Mrs. Crumb continued her enigmatic discourse, her words both a comfort and a challenge, a puzzle yet to be unravelled. "You see, young Pip," she said, her voice soft and reflective, "the past has a way of lingering in the present, much like the fog that clings to the street. It whispers its secrets to those who are willing to listen." Her eyes met his with a gaze that was at once penetrating and kind, leaving Pip with the unsettling yet exhilarating sensation that his own history was but one thread in a much larger tapestry. As the evening wore on, the conversation ebbed and flowed, a gentle dance of inquiry and reflection, until at last it was time for Pip to take his leave. Rising from his chair, he thanked Mrs. Crumb for her hospitality, her words still echoing in his mind, their meaning as elusive and ephemeral as the fog that now began to thin outside. With a respectful nod, he stepped back into the night, his heart buoyed by the warmth of the shop and the knowledge that his journey was far from over. As Pip walked away, the gaslights flickering gently in the distance, he was accompanied by the soft rustle of the breeze and the rhythmic tap of his footsteps, each step a reminder of the mysteries that lay ahead, waiting to be unveiled. As Pip made his way back to his modest lodgings, the London night enveloped him in its familiar embrace, the fog weaving through the cobblestones like a spectral shroud, softening the outlines of the city and blurring the sharp edges of his thoughts. The gaslights flickered with a gentle persistence, casting their golden glow upon the slick streets, which glistened like polished ebony under the watchful eye of the moon, half veiled by the wispy clouds. In this quiet hour, the echoes of his footsteps reverberated with a rhythmic solemnity, each step a deliberate punctuation in the narrative of his evening's adventure, a tale woven with cryptic clues and shadowed by the enigmatic presence of Mrs. Crumb. Within the confines of his humble quarters, Pip found solace from the night's chill, though not from the tumult of his thoughts, which swirled with the same impenetrable fog that drifted outside his window. He lit a solitary candle, its flame flickering in a dance of light and shadow, casting long silhouettes that played across the walls like phantoms of his imagination. As he gazed through the panes of glass, the world outside seemed to reflect his inner disquiet, the nebulous vapours curling and twisting much like the riddles presented to him during the evening's clandestine meeting. Settling into an armchair worn with time and use, Pip allowed his mind to sift through the evening's revelations, each memory a piece of a puzzle half-formed and wholly confounding. The gathering he had witnessed had been one of strange rituals and whispered secrets, a society cloaked in mystery, its members hidden behind masks both literal and metaphorical. Mrs. Crumb, with her knowing eyes and cryptic smiles, had imparted words laden with double meanings and hidden truths, leaving Pip to ponder the significance of their encounter. His musings were abruptly interrupted by the faintest of sounds, a soft rustle, barely discernible, yet enough to draw his attention. A letter had been slipped beneath his door, its presence as silent and mysterious as the fog that clung to the streets. Rising with a sense of cautious curiosity, Pip retrieved the envelope, noting immediately the wax seal that adorned it, a symbol he recognized from the society meeting, a mark of significance and secrecy. Breaking the seal with a mixture of trepidation and anticipation, Pip unfolded the paper, its contents as enigmatic as the events of the night. The letter, though vague, carried an urgency that quickened his heart, a summons to a secluded location, a meeting with an unknown contact on the morrow. The words seemed to pulse with a life of their own, each line imbued with the promise of revelations and the threat of unknown dangers. As he read and reread the missive, Pip felt his emotions shift and swell. A tide of anticipation mingled with a frisson of fear. This unknown path laid before him by the unseen hands was both a challenge and an invitation, a call to delve deeper into the mysteries that had begun to unfold. Yet, despite the trepidation that lingered at the edges of his consciousness, there was a resolute determination within him, a burgeoning resolve to see the journey through to whatever end it might bring. With a sigh that seemed to echo the whispering wind outside his window, Pip folded the letter and placed it upon the table, where it glowed softly in the candlelight, a beacon of the unknown. He knew that sleep would be elusive this night, but the decision had been made, the course set. Tomorrow he would follow the instructions laid before him, stepping into the shadows with courage and curiosity as his steadfast companions. Thus resolved, Pip turned his gaze once more to the fog-enshrouded streets below, the world beyond his window both familiar and foreign in its quiet mystery. The gaslights flickered gently, casting their steady glow upon the path ahead, while the echoes of distant footsteps, perhaps his own, faded into the night. The night air clung heavy with the sweet, damp embrace of fog, a persistent companion to the solitary wanderer as Pip embarked upon his midnight pilgrimage towards the outskirts of the city. The cobblestones beneath his feet were slick with moisture, each step resonating with a gentle echo that seemed to follow him, a spectral presence matching his pace. Above, the gas lamps stood sentinel, their ghostly luminance barely piercing the swirling mist, casting long shadows that danced and trembled with a life of their own. It was a night seemingly conjured from the pages of a Gothic romance, where the ordinary veil of the world was lifted to reveal the extraordinary beneath. As Pip made his way through the city, the familiar streets gradually gave way to more secluded paths, where the noise of human activity faded into a distant murmur, replaced by the whisper of the wind and the occasional rustle of leaves. The park he sought lay at the very edge of the city, a place where nature and urbanity met in an uneasy truce, the trees standing solemn and still like ancient sentinels guarding their secrets. The fog thickened as he approached, a spectral curtain that both obscured and guided, leading him deeper into its embrace. In this secluded haven, the world seemed to hold its breath, as if awaiting some unseen signal to stir once more. The gas lamps here were fewer and farther between, their glow casting an eerie, pale light that painted the cobblestones with shades of grey and silver. It was here, amidst the shadows and silence, that Pip's heart quickened, a steady drumbeat of anticipation mingled with trepidation. At last, he reached the appointed place, a small clearing where the path widened to form a modest circle, the trees arching overhead to form a natural canopy. It was here that Pip was greeted by a figure cloaked in shadow, their presence both ominous and reassuring in its mystery. The stranger, an ally of Mr. Thorne, stepped forward with an air of quiet authority, their features obscured by the darkness, yet their voice clear and steady as they spoke. "Pip," the figure began, their tone low and measured. "You stand upon the threshold of knowledge, the path you tread not one of chance but of destiny." The words hung in the air, heavy with implication as they continued. "Your involvement with the society is no mere happenstance, but a design long in the making." Pip listened intently, his mind racing with questions and doubts. Yet beneath the surface of his thoughts, there was a stirring of something deeper, an inkling of recognition that resonated with the stranger's words. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice steady despite the tumult within. The stranger paused, allowing the words to settle before responding. "Your family, Pip, is entwined with the purpose of our society. The legacy you carry is one of significance, a thread in the tapestry of our mission." They spoke of connections and histories, of choices made long before Pip's time that had set the stage for his involvement. The revelation left Pip reeling, the ground beneath his feet seeming to shift as he grappled with the newfound understanding of his past. The fog around them seemed to thicken, as if in sympathy with the swirling thoughts within his mind, while the gas lamps flickered, their light a steady beacon amidst the uncertainty. As the conversation drew to a close, the stranger took a step back, their form once more becoming one with the shadows. "Remember, Pip," they said, their voice a mere whisper on the wind. "The path before you is your own to choose, but know that you do not walk it alone." With that, the figure was gone, leaving Pip alone in the clearing, the weight of their words lingering in the air. With a heart full of questions and a mind alight with possibilities, Pip turned away from the park, the fog parting before him as he retraced his steps. The night was yet young, and the path ahead both uncertain and full of promise. As he walked, the distant echoes of his footsteps mingled with the soft murmur of the city, a lullaby of stone and shadow guiding him onward, and as the fog swirled in gentle eddies around his feet, Pip found himself once more at the threshold of Mrs. Crumb's shop, the gaslight casting a warm, flickering glow upon its weathered facade. The air was thick with an expectant hush, the kind that seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of secrets about to be unveiled. With a cautious hand, he pushed open the door, the familiar tinkle of the bell above, announcing his arrival with a soft, melodious chime. Mrs. Crumb, ever the embodiment of sagacious warmth, greeted Pip with a smile that seemed to hold within it the mysteries of time itself. Her eyes, wise and knowing, twinkled, as if privy to stories untold, her demeanour one of gentle encouragement as she beckoned Pip further into the dimly lit interior. "Ah, Pip," she murmured, her voice a measured balm amidst the silence. "I had a feeling you would return, seeking answers." She gestured towards a shadowed doorway at the back of the shop, an invitation to delve deeper into the labyrinth of history that lay beyond. In the back room the air was redolent with the scent of aged paper and ink, a library of past lives contained within dusty ledgers and yellowing records. Pip, with a mind eager yet apprehensive, began his search, the rustle of parchment the only sound punctuating the stillness. As he leafed through the documents, the narrative of his family's past unfurled before him, a tapestry woven with threads of legacy and loyalty, each revelation a whisper of the lives that had come before his own. The record spoke of a society, its noble aims etched in the faded ink of a bygone era, and of his family's integral role within its ranks. Words like duty and honour seemed to leap from the pages, their weight both daunting and enlightening, as Pip endeavoured to reconcile these findings with his humble existence as a mere clerk. His heart, a maelstrom of emotions, wrestled with the notion of a destiny that was grander than he had ever envisioned, the shadows of his ancestors urging him towards a path he had not dared to dream. Mrs. Crumb, sensing his inner turmoil, stepped softly to his side, her presence a comforting anchor in the swirling sea of thoughts. She began to share tales of the society's purpose, its mission to uplift and guide, painting a portrait of altruism and sacrifice interwoven with the fabric of his lineage. Her words, tender and wise, illuminated the path before him, revealing the potential for greatness that lay dormant within his soul. "Your family," she said, her voice imbued with quiet strength, "has always stood as a beacon of hope and integrity. Their sacrifices have paved the way for you to continue their work, to be a light in the darkness for others." Her gaze met his, and in her eyes, Pip saw the reflection of his own burgeoning resolve, the dawning comprehension of a legacy that was both gift and responsibility. As the hour grew late, and the fog outside thickened into a cloak that enveloped the city, Pip felt a newfound clarity settle within him, a gentle acceptance of the role he was destined to play. With a heart lighter than it had been upon his arrival, he thanked Mrs. Crumb for her guidance, her wisdom, a torch that had illuminated the shadowy corners of his understanding. Stepping once more into the night, the echoes of his footsteps resonated with a newfound purpose, the gaslights casting long shadows that danced along the cobbled streets. The fog, ever present, seemed less an impediment, and more a companion, its silent presence a reminder of the mysteries yet to be uncovered. As Pip walked away from the shop, the promise of dawn lay ahead, a new chapter unfolding with each step he took into the embrace of the city that awaited him. So, as Pip gingerly stepped into the labyrinthine streets of London, he found himself enveloped in an atmosphere at once familiar and curiously foreign, as if the very bricks and cobblestones had taken on a new life, whispering secrets of the past and portents of the future. The city, with its myriad of gaslights flickering like distant stars, seemed to hold its breath, suspended in a peculiar tension that resonated with the chimes of distant bells barely audible through the thickening fog. This fog, neither friend nor foe, clung to his garments like a shroud, its tendrils weaving through the air, concealing and revealing with an enigmatic grace. In this haze, where reality and reverie intertwined, Pip felt the weight of his newfound knowledge pressing heavily upon his youthful shoulders, for he was acutely aware that his involvement with the clandestine society could weave threads of fate not only for himself, but for countless others. The thoughts swirled in his mind like the mist around his feet, a burden and a beacon, guiding him toward a destiny yet undefined. As he pondered this, the rhythmic echo of his own footsteps seemed to pulse with a life of their own, a steady beat against the city's heart, quickening as if in anticipation of the choices that lay before him. The streets, those ancient conduits of commerce and conversation, bore witness to Pip's internal struggle, their very stones imbued with the stories of those who had walked before him. He noticed the subtle alterations in the city's rhythm, a heightened awareness that something monumental loomed on the horizon, unseen yet palpable. The gaslights, like sentinels of the night, cast their warm amber glow upon the fog, which continued to thicken, its presence a tangible symbol of Pip's internal conflict. It was as though the city itself conspired to mirror his thoughts, reflecting the duality of his heritage and the responsibilities it entailed. Yet amidst the swirling uncertainty, a nascent resolve began to take shape within him, a burgeoning sense of purpose that cut through the fog like the first light of dawn piercing the night. In the quietude of the evening, with only the distant murmur of the river to accompany him, Pip realized that the path before him, though fraught with unknowns, was one he must tread with courage and conviction. The fog, once an emblem of confusion, now seemed to part with each decisive step he took, guiding him through the labyrinth of his own making toward the promise of a future he dared to imagine. As he walked, the city's familiar sights emerged from the mist. An old lamp-post here, a weathered brick facade there, each a reminder of the world that awaited him beyond the veil of uncertainty. The fog swirled and danced around him, a silent companion on this journey of introspection and revelation, its embrace neither warm nor cold, but simply present, a testament to the mysteries that lay beyond the horizon. In this moment, Pip felt a profound connection to the city, as if it were both a reflection of his inner turmoil and a canvas upon which he could paint his aspirations. With each step forward, Pip embraced the burgeoning resolve within him, a quiet determination that whispered of potential and possibility. He walked on, the fog thick and comforting, the gaslights marking his passage through this nocturnal landscape. The city, ever watchful, seemed to nod in silent approval, its ancient heart beating in time with Pip's own newfound rhythm. Thus, with purpose in his stride and a sense of destiny in his heart, he continued into the night, ready to face whatever lay ahead, the fog and shadows his constant companions. As the clock inched its delicate hands towards the witching hour, the night enveloped Pip's modest lodgings in a shroud of secrecy and anticipation. The fog, that ever-faithful companion of the city's nocturnal hours, pressed gently against the window panes, rendering the gaslights outside into hazy, golden orbs that flickered with an ethereal glow. Within these quiet walls, the world seemed to pause, holding its breath, as if aware that this hour would bear witness to revelations both significant and transformative. It was amidst this atmosphere of hushed expectancy that a soft, deliberate knock echoed through the narrow hallways, its sound a gentle intrusion upon the stillness. Pip, startled by the unexpectedness of such a visitation at this late hour, hastened to the door. There stood Lady Evelyn, her presence a striking contrast to the dimness around her. She was clad in a cloak of deep indigo, its edges embroidered with silver that shimmered faintly in the flickering lamplight, and her expression carried a mix of urgency and serene composure that bespoke of matters weighty and profound. "Mr. Eeyore, Pip," she began, her voice a melody of calm assurance, "I trust my visit finds you in good spirits, though I must apologise for the hour. The Society bids me convey to you matters of utmost import." Her words, though softly spoken, carried a gravity that seemed to resonate with the very walls of the room, and Pip, feeling the import of the moment, gestured for her to enter. The air inside was tinged with the faint aroma of the night's chill, mingling with the subtle perfume that accompanied Lady Evelyn, a reminder of the world beyond these four walls. As they settled in the modest sitting room, the flickering shadows cast by the solitary candle danced upon their faces, lending an air of intimacy to their discourse. Lady Evelyn's eyes, bright and penetrating, met Pip's with a look that seemed to peer into the very depths of his soul. "We stand," she continued, her tone unwavering, "at a juncture where your actions, your choices, will ripple through the fabric of our society. The future of London, indeed, may hinge upon the paths you choose to tread." Her words, though laden with consequence, were delivered with the gentle firmness that suggested both the weight of responsibility and the guiding hand of reassurance. Pip listened intently, his mind a whirl of thoughts and emotions, the enormity of what was being asked weighing upon him with every syllable uttered. Lady Evelyn spoke of the Society's mission with a clarity that was both enlightening and enigmatic, her eloquence painting a picture of a world where ideals and reality converged in a dance as delicate as it was decisive. Yet amidst her revelations, she remained an enigma herself, her own motives as shrouded in mystery as the fog that clung to the streets outside. Her words, like the fog, obscured as much as they revealed, leaving Pip with a sense of both enlightenment and intrigue. As she rose to leave, the shadows seemed to gather around her, as if reluctant to let her depart. She paused at the threshold, her gaze lingering on Pip's, conveying a silent encouragement, a tacit acknowledgement of the journey that lay ahead for him. "Remember, Mr. Pip," she said with a finality that resonated with quiet determination, "the choices you make are yours alone, yet they are never without consequence." With that, she was gone, her footsteps a mere whisper against the night, leaving Pip alone with his thoughts, the echoes of their conversation reverberating in the quiet solitude of the room. The fog outside swirled gently, a reminder of the world beyond, shrouded in mystery and potential. As Pip stood at the window gazing out into the night, he felt the weight of his decision pressing upon him, a silent companion to the fog and shadows that kept him company. Thus, with the echoes of Lady Evelyn's visit still lingering in the air, Pip knew that the path before him was fraught with challenges and choices, each step a testament to his resolve and courage. And as Pip turned from the window, leaving behind the comforting familiarity of his modest abode, he ventured forth into the thickening fog that clung to the cobblestones like a spectral blanket, obscuring the world in a shroud of mystery. The gaslight, steadfastly flickering against the encroaching gloom, cast long shadows that danced with an eerie grace, their faint orange glow illuminating little more than the immediate path ahead, yet enough to guide his tentative steps. Each footfall echoed softly through the deserted streets, gentle reminder of his solitary journey towards the unknown, the whispers of the city's slumbering denizens, barely perceptible beneath the persistent hum of the night. Drawn by the enigmatic allure of those cryptic symbols, and whispers that had, like faintly glowing embers, kindled his curiosity, Pip made his way through the labyrinthine streets, his heart a mingling of apprehension and anticipation. The city, in its nocturnal guise, seemed to hold its breath, as if aware of the clandestine purpose that propelled him onward, its very essence imbued with a sense of foreboding and expectation. The river, a silent sentinel to his right, murmured its eternal lullaby, its gentle cadence a measured balm to his mounting nerves, while the distant tolling of a church bell marked the passage of time in languid intervals. Eventually, Pip found himself standing before a structure that loomed majestically against the night sky, its grandeur tempered by the ravages of time that had left it a relic of faded opulence. The building, with its once elegant facade now marred by the creeping tendrils of ivy and the relentless erosion of the elements, none the less retained a dignity that spoke of its storied past. The gaslamps, stationed like vigilant guardians at the entrance, cast a wavering light upon the stone steps, inviting yet intimidating in their flickering illumination. With a deep breath, Pip ascended the steps, each one a testament to his resolve, and crossed the threshold into a world where shadows held dominion and secrecy reigned supreme. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of aged wood and forgotten grandeur, the dim glow of gaslight revealing an assembly of well-dressed individuals whose identities were obscured by masks of elaborate design, each one a masterpiece of artistry and intrigue. The room, vast and echoing, was adorned with draperies and furnishings that spoke of a former splendour, their faded elegance a poignant reminder of the inexorable passage of time. Amongst the masked congregation stood Mr. Thorne, a figure of commanding presence whose charisma was palpable, his voice a rich tapestry of assurance and mystery that captivated all who heard it. As he welcomed Pip with a knowing smile, his words carried an undercurrent of deeper knowledge, hinting at revelations yet to unfold. "Ah, young Pip," he began, his tone both inviting and inscrutable, "we have awaited your arrival with much anticipation. Your lineage, you see, holds the key to a destiny far grander than you might presently conceive." Pip, ensnared by the magnetic pull of this enigmatic society, felt his apprehension give way to a burgeoning sense of intrigue and wonder. The masks, the shadows, the whispered promises of transformation, all conspired to weave a tapestry of possibilities that beckoned him to delve deeper, to uncover the truths that lay hidden beneath the surface. In the flickering lamplight, the room seemed to pulse with a life of its own, each shadow a repository of secrets, each masked face a guardian of untold stories. As he stood amidst the gathering, his curiosity piqued, and his imagination fired by the tantalizing hints of Mr. Thorne, Pip sensed that he had embarked upon a path that would lead to unknown vistas, where the very fabric of society might be unravelled and rewoven anew. The echoes of distant footsteps intermingled with the soft rustle of silken garments, created a symphony of sound that filled the air with an unspoken promise of revelation and change. In the dim alcove of the society's opulent gathering, where the flickering gaslight cast long shadows that danced upon the intricately patterned walls, Lady Evelyn stood with a poise that spoke of generations of refined grace. Her presence, as commanding as it was enigmatic, drew Pip from the throng of distinguished guests, each engaged in conversations that seemed to float upon the air like the gentle mist that hovered over the river outside. Lady Evelyn's gaze, steady and knowing, beckoned him with an unspoken summons, urging him towards a corner where the noise of the world seemed to dim, leaving only the soft murmur of their clandestine discourse. As Pip approached, the gentle rustle of Lady Evelyn's gown, like the whisper of a breeze through autumn leaves, added an auditory texture to the scene, enhancing the sense of anticipation that hung in the air. Her voice when she spoke was a melody of carefully measured tones, each word weighted with significance and draped in the elegance of her station. "Pip," she began, her eyes reflecting the flicker of the nearby lamp, "there is much of your past that has been cloaked in shadows, hidden away from the light of your understanding." Her words, like the first drops of rain upon parched earth, promised revelations that would quench the thirst of his curiosity, yet he sensed, too, the storm that such truths might bring. In the hushed confines of that secluded corner, Lady Evelyn imparted the knowledge that his mother, whom he had scarcely known beyond the faintest recollections of childhood, had been a member of this very society, a revelation that struck him with the force of a tide against a solitary shore. This truth, long concealed, now unfurled before him, casting his lineage in a new and unexpected light. "Your heritage," she continued, her gaze never wavering, "carries with it a legacy and potential that could influence the very goals of our society. It is a responsibility as much as it is an opportunity." Pip listened, his heart a tumult of emotions, a mixture of confusion, awe, and a burgeoning sense of empowerment that stirred within him like a dormant flame. Yet, intertwined with this newfound understanding was a thread of suspicion, a subtle unease at the edges of Lady Evelyn's carefully woven narrative. Her motives, though outwardly benevolent, seemed to shimmer with an opacity that defied complete comprehension. The knowledge she offered was a double-edged sword, gilded yet sharp, promising both enlightenment and burden in equal measure. As the conversation unfolded, the echoes of their voices mingled with the distant chime of bells, their sonorous tones weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped itself around the scene, lending it an air of gravitas and solemnity. Pip found himself pondering the possibilities that lay before him, the paths his newfound heritage might open, and the shadows that might yet linger upon them. Was Lady Evelyn's guidance a beacon to illuminate his way, or a will-o'-the-wisp leading him into deeper mysteries? With a final glance, Lady Evelyn offered a parting remark, her words imbued with an inscrutable intent that left Pip with much to ponder. "Consider well the legacy you carry, Pip," she said, her voice a gentle echo in the quietude of the room, "for it is a gift and a charge that few are given." She turned, her figure receding into the ambient glow of the gathering, leaving Pip alone with his thoughts, the weight of his heritage settling like a mantle upon his shoulders. As Pip stood there, enveloped in the soft illumination of the gaslight, the murmurs of the gathering resumed their gentle hum around him, a reminder of the world's constancy amidst the revelations of his personal odyssey. The evening's mysteries hung in the air, as tangible as the lingering scent of jasmine and the distant murmur of the river, inviting him to explore further, to seek the truths that lay hidden in the shadows. And so, with a mind awash with contemplation, Pip turned back to the gathering, each step echoing softly as he rejoined the intricate dance of society, the path before him as enigmatic as the night itself. As in the dimly lit chamber, where shadows danced with a life of their own upon the walls, Mr. Thorne stood with an air of quiet authority, his figure outlined against the flickering glow of the solitary gas lamp. He beckoned Pip with a gesture that was at once inviting and commanding, the subtle, yet unmistakable undertone of expectation woven into his voice. "Pip, my boy," he began, his words resonating with a gravity that belied their simplicity. "There comes a time when one must decide where their true allegiance lies, and tonight I present you with such an opportunity." The room, steeped in a silence that seemed to absorb every whispered breath, offered no distraction from the weight of Mr. Thorne's words. The flickering lamplight cast long, wavering shadows that seemed to echo the uncertainty stirring within Pip's heart. He listened intently, the soft murmur of the river outside a distant melody, entwined with the very fabric of the night, as Mr. Thorne continued. "There is an artifact, a piece of history, a relic of significance that rests within the confines of Mrs. Crumb's shop. It is imperative that it is retrieved, and you, Pip, are the one I trust to accomplish this." The task, shrouded in an aura of mystery and intrigue, loomed before Pip like a spectre in the dark. His mind, a whirl of thoughts and emotions, grappled with the implications of such a charge. Was this merely a test of his loyalty, a measure of his resolve? Or was it an invitation to step further into a world that promised to reshape the very essence of his being? The chamber seemed to contract around him, the shadows drawing closer as if to listen in on his internal deliberations, while the gaslight flickered in silent agreement with his unspoken fears. Mr. Thorne's gaze held Pip's, unwavering and expectant, as if to transfer some of his own indomitable will into the lad standing before him. The task was not simply about acquiring a piece of antiquity, but rather it was a crucible, a means by which Pip's commitment to the society would be proven and his identity forged anew. The dim light played across Mr. Thorne's features, casting them in a relief of earnestness and sincerity, each line of his face a testament to the weight of the responsibility he was entrusting to Pip. The echo of Pip's own footsteps seemed to reverberate in his mind, a reminder of the journey he had embarked upon, of the path still unfurling before him. As he stood there, the chamber around him a silent witness to his decision, Pip felt a stirring of determination, a resolve tempered by the flickering uncertainty that danced along the edges of his thoughts. He nodded slowly, the gesture imbued with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity, a silent agreement to undertake the task that had been set before him. With a final nod of acknowledgement from Mr. Thorne, Pip was left to his reflections, the chamber once again settling into its sombre, expectant quiet. The night beyond the window stretched endlessly, the fog creeping gently along the cobblestones, wrapping the world in its soft, elusive embrace. As Pip prepared to leave, to step out into the night with its whispered secrets and promises, he felt the weight of the task settle upon his shoulders, a mantle of responsibility that both daunted and intrigued him. And so, with a heart caught between the allure of the unknown and the steadfastness of purpose, Pip turned to face the night. The chamber, now a repository of his nascent resolve, faded into the background as he stepped into the world beyond, where the path lay hidden beneath the cloak of darkness, and the promise of the future whispered in the rustling leaves. As Pip ventured forth into the enveloping embrace of the London fog, a shroud of mist and mystery clung to the cobblestones beneath his feet, casting a spectral pall over the gas-lit streets. Each cautious step was accompanied by the soft, rhythmic echo of his own footfalls, gently reverberating against the silent facades of slumbering houses whose windows glimmered faintly in the subdued glow of the street lamps. These lamps, with their flickering flames, seemed engaged in a valiant struggle to pierce the tenebrous veil, barely illuminating the path ahead, where shadows danced and twisted like phantoms in the night. The air was thick with an ethereal quality, a tangible presence that seemed to whisper secrets long forgotten, carrying with it the scent of damp stone and the distant murmur of the river, whose continuous flow served as a reminder of time's inexorable passage. Pip's mind, though resolute in its mission, could not help but wander amidst these spectral surroundings, pondering the enigmatic nature of his errand and the figures who had set him upon this nocturnal journey. It was as though the very atmosphere conspired to weave uncertainty into the fabric of his thoughts, casting doubt where once there had been only determination. As he neared the familiar yet elusive destination of Mrs. Crumb's shop, a curious edifice that seemed to shift and fade within the fog's embrace, Pip was abruptly arrested by the sudden appearance of a shadowy figure, emerging from the mist with an almost preternatural silence. The figure, indistinct and cloaked in darkness, appeared more a spectre than a man, his features obscured by the night and the swirling vapours. Yet there was something in his voice, a low and urgent timbre, which cut through the fog like a knife as he addressed Pip with solemn gravity. "Beware," the figure intoned, his words laden with portent, "for not all is as it seems within the society you serve. Mr. Thorn, though he wears the guise of benevolence, harbours intentions that may lead you astray. Trust not too easily, for deception is a cloak well worn by those who walk in shadows." The warning, delivered with such earnest conviction, cast a shadow upon Pip's heart, a seed of doubt taking root amidst the fertile soil of his burgeoning resolve. Caught between the twin forces of duty and suspicion, Pip stood in silent contemplation, the fog swirling about him as if to reflect the tumult within his breast. This unexpected confrontation, with its cryptic counsel and veiled implications, left him suspended in a chasm of indecision, where the familiar paths of trust and loyalty were obscured by the mists of uncertainty. The figure, having delivered his enigmatic message, withdrew once more into the fog, his presence dissipating like the wisps of vapour that clung to the night air. Left alone with his thoughts, Pip watched the shadow vanish into the ether, leaving behind only the echo of his words and the gentle rustle of the river, its eternal course unperturbed by the fleeting dramas of human endeavour. As he resumed his journey, the weight of the warning pressed heavily upon him, mingling with the relentless fog that enveloped him, each step forward a testament to the inner conflict that now accompanied his every move. The streets, with their gaslit glow and whispering echoes, seemed to close in around him, offering neither solace nor clarity, but rather a reflection of the ambiguity that now coloured his mission. And so, with a heart burdened by doubt and a mind awash in contemplation, Pip continued through the fog-drenched night, the path before him, both a literal and metaphorical journey into the unknown. As Pip pushed open the door to Mrs. Crumb's shop, the gentle chime of the bell broke the heavy silence that enveloped the night, its clear note a solitary herald amidst the murmur of the fog-laden streets. Within the shop was an eclectic trove of curiosities, each shelf and nook brimming with objects that whispered of distant lands and long-forgotten tales, their surfaces coated with the fine patina of age. The air was tinged with the faint scent of beeswax and lavender, a fragrance that mingled with the dust motes dancing in the dim light of a single gas lamp, its flickering glow casting shadows that seemed to breathe with a life of their own. Mrs. Crumb herself stood behind the counter, her usual warm countenance now marked by an unusual tension, her eyes watching Pip with an intensity that belied her customary joviality. Her hands, usually busy with the gentle polishing of some trinket or another, lay still upon the counter, as though the very act of movement might shatter the fragile silence that hung between them. "Ah, young Pip," she greeted, her voice carrying a note of resignation, "I have what you seek." Her words were accompanied by the smallest of sighs, a sound that seemed to echo the unspoken weight of her thoughts. With deliberate care, Mrs. Crumb reached beneath the counter and retrieved a small box, its surface intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the lamplight. The box was a thing of beauty, an artifact that spoke of craftsmanship and history, its very presence a testament to the hands that had fashioned it long ago. As she placed it before Pip, her eyes met his with a look that spoke of knowledge withheld, of secrets kept beneath the surface of her genteel demeanour. "There is much that you ought to know, yet much that remains hidden," she began, her voice a soft murmur, barely rising above the ambient hum of the shop. Pip listened intently, his mind a tumult of curiosity and unease. As Mrs. Crumb continued, her words weaving a tapestry of cryptic insights and half-revealed truths. "Your family's past is entwined with the very fabric of this city," she said, her gaze shifting momentarily to the window, where the fog pressed against the glass like a living thing. "There are connections, threads that bind you to the heart of it all, though the full story is not mine to tell." Her words hung in the air, a delicate thread of mystery that only served to deepen Pip's sense of confusion and wonder. The artifact, with its enigmatic carvings and hidden significance, seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its secrets locked away within its intricately wrought confines. As Pip accepted the box, he felt the weight of his lineage settle more heavily upon his shoulders, the implications of Mrs. Crumb's revelation swirling in his mind like the fog that clung to the city streets outside. Her demeanour, though outwardly composed, suggested a depth of understanding, a knowledge of the world's hidden veils, and yet she offered no more than a tantalizing glimpse into the depths of what she knew. With a nod of gratitude, Pip turned towards the door, the box clutched tightly in his hands, its promise of answers both a comfort and a burden. The bell chimed once more as he stepped out into the night, the sound dissolving into the fog that wrapped around him like a shroud. His footsteps echoed softly on the cobblestones, each step a measured cadence that matched the rhythm of his thoughts, heavy with the weight of newfound knowledge and the questions it had spawned. As he moved away from the shop, the lamplight receded into the distance, its glow a faint beacon in the enveloping darkness. The river, unseen but heard, murmured gently in the background, its voice a constant companion to his solitary journey. And so Pip continued into the night, his path illuminated by the flickering light of the gas lamps and the gentle echoes of his own footsteps, each step carrying him further into the depths of the city's mysteries. As Pip wandered through the fog-laden streets of London, the weight of recent revelations bore heavily upon his young shoulders. The artifact, now tucked safely within the folds of his coat, seemed to pulse with its own enigmatic energy, a silent testament to the secrets it harboured. The gaslights, casting their pale, flickering glow upon the cobblestones, seemed to dance in harmony with the swirling mist, each lamp a solitary sentinel in the night, standing guard over the mysteries that lay shrouded in the darkness beyond. The fog, thickening as if in sympathy with Pip's own clouded thoughts, wrapped around him like a cloak, obscuring the path ahead, and yet, paradoxically, guiding him deeper into introspection. The night air was cool and damp, carrying with it a sense of anticipation, as if the very city itself held its breath, waiting for the young man to reach a decision. Pip's mind, a tumultuous sea of doubt and resolve, churned with the echoes of warnings received and hidden truths uncovered. Each step he took was accompanied by the soft, rhythmic patter of his footsteps, a steady counterpoint to the distant murmur of the unseen river, whose gentle song wove through the night like a measured lullaby. As he walked, Pip found himself reflecting upon the past few days, upon the faces and voices that had intersected with his own journey. The enigmatic Mr. Thorne, with his cryptic hints and veiled intentions, loomed large in Pip's thoughts, a shadowy figure whose true purpose remained tantalizingly out of reach. Yet, within Pip's heart, there stirred a burgeoning desire for clarity, a yearning to unearth the truth that lay buried beneath layers of secrecy and subterfuge. It was a desire not merely to understand the nature of the artifact he now possessed, but to comprehend his own place within the intricate tapestry of events unfolding around him. In that fog-shrouded nocturne, the streets of London seemed to transform into a labyrinth of possibilities, each corner turned offering a new path, a new direction for the future. The gaslights, casting long, spectral shadows upon the ground, illuminated more than just the physical path before him. They highlighted the choices that lay at the crossroads of his journey, offering a gentle yet insistent invitation to decide. Pip paused for a moment beneath one such lamp, its glow pooling around him like a circle of warmth in the chill of the night, and in that moment, clarity pierced the fog of his thoughts as dawn pierces the horizon. With a newfound sense of determination, Pip resolved to confront Mr. Thorne, to seek out the truths that had thus far eluded him, and to carve out his own destiny from the tangled skein of uncertainty that had defined his recent days. It was a decision born not from impetuousness, but from a deep-seated desire to assert control over his own narrative, to step forth as the author of his own fate. The fog, as if responding to his resolve, seemed to thin slightly, revealing the outlines of buildings and streets with greater clarity, urging him onward to his chosen course. As Pip resumed his journey, his steps now infused with purpose, the echoes of his footsteps reverberated with a steady cadence, a rhythmic affirmation of his newly minted resolve. The gaslight, still flickering in the gentle caress of the night breeze, seemed to nod approvingly as he passed, their light a constant companion guiding him towards his confrontation with the enigmatic Mr. Thorne. In this moment, Pip understood that he was not simply walking the streets of London, but traversing the landscapes of his own heart and mind, each step bringing him closer to the truths he sought. And so, with the fog slowly retreating before him, and the city's mysteries unfolding with each passing moment, Pip moved forward into the night, his path clear and his purpose firm. The river's distant murmur, a soft reminder of constancy amidst change, accompanied him as he walked, heralding the dawn of new beginnings and the promise of revelations yet to come. As Pip entered the society's grand yet sombre meeting chamber, a place where shadows seemed to play eternal games with the flickering gaslight, he felt a peculiar mixture of anticipation and trepidation. The opulent surroundings, adorned with dark mahogany and velvet draperies, whispered of secrets and power, their presence as tangible as the air he breathed. The room, though expansive, was filled with an unsettling quiet, broken only by the soft, rhythmic ticking of an ornate clock, a reminder of time's relentless march forward. Here, amidst the heavy tapestries and the subdued glow of lamps, Pip stood resolute, his mind set on unravelling the mysteries that had haunted him. Mr. Thorne, a figure of imposing authority, sat at the far end of the chamber, his silhouette cast in sharp relief against the dim light. His demeanour was one of calculated indifference, yet beneath his calm exterior lay a mind ever watchful and wary. As Pip approached, the echo of his footsteps resonated through the chamber, each step measured and deliberate, as if the very act of walking could unravel the truth. Mr. Thorne's eyes, cold and discerning, followed Pip's progress with an intensity that suggested both curiosity and caution. "Mr. Thorne," Pip began, his voice steady yet tinged with an undercurrent of urgency, "I demand to know the truth about my mother, and this society's true intentions. I have walked these fog-laden streets seeking answers, and I will not leave without them." His words, though softly spoken, carried the weight of his determination, reverberating through the chamber like the tolling of a distant bell. Mr. Thorne, unruffled by Pip's earnest plea, leaned back in his chair, a slight smile playing upon his lips, as if he were privy to secrets too profound for ordinary understanding. "Ah, young Pip," he replied, his voice smooth and measured, "the truths you seek are not easily uncovered, nor are they without consequence. Your mother was indeed a remarkable woman, her contributions to our society both pivotal and profound, yet the path she chose was fraught with complexities, her legacy intertwined with the very fabric of our ambitions. The revelation hung in the air, a delicate balance between enlightenment and enigma. As Pip absorbed the implications of Mr. Thorne's words, his mother, once a figure shrouded in mystery, now emerged as a central character in a narrative far grander than he had ever imagined. The artifact, a relic of her enduring influence, seemed to pulse with untold potential, a symbol of change that could alter the course of history. "And what of this artifact?" Pip pressed, his curiosity undiminished. "What secrets does it hold, and what role does it play in your plans?" His questions, born of a desire for clarity, sought to pierce the veil of uncertainty that enveloped him. Mr. Thorne's expression shifted, a hint of reluctance mingling with his usual composure. "The artifact, dear Pip, is both a testament to your mother's vision and a key to unlocking possibilities beyond the mundane confines of our present state. It holds within it the power to challenge the existing social order, to provoke change that could reshape our world." As Mr. Thorne's words unfolded, Pip's perception of the society's ambition shifted, a kaleidoscope of possibilities revealing both promise and peril. He understood now that the path before him was one of great potential, yet fraught with dangers unseen, the lines between right and wrong blurred in the pursuit of progress. With a newfound understanding and a heart weighed with contemplation, Pip prepared to leave the chamber, the echoes of his conversation with Mr. Thorne lingering like the fading notes of a distant melody. The gaslight flickered gently as he turned to go, casting fleeting shadows that danced across the walls, a silent testament to the ever-present interplay of light and darkness. As he stepped into the night once more, the familiar embrace of the fog enveloped him, its cool tendrils a reminder of the mystery as yet unsolved. The river's murmur accompanied his footsteps, a constant companion in a world of uncertainties guiding him forward into the unknown, where answers awaited beneath the shroud of the city's eternal night. As the first gentle hues of dawn began to weave their delicate tapestry across the somnolent London skies, Pip found himself standing at the very threshold of a new beginning, both in the literal sense and within the deeper recesses of his own burgeoning consciousness. The fog, that erstwhile companion of the midnight hours, now began to lift its gauzy veil, allowing the nascent light to seep through in soft, tentative streams that painted the cobblestones with a silvery sheen, casting long shadows that danced and flickered like spectres of the night now past. The gaslights, steadfast sentinels throughout the nocturnal vigil, flickered one by one into dormancy, yielding to the burgeoning glow of the approaching day, their work for now complete, yet their presence still felt in the lingering echoes of their golden luminescence. Pip stood at a crossroads, not merely of streets, but of purpose, a juncture where the paths of past and future converged, demanding his contemplation and decision. The night's revelations had unfurled before him like the pages of a well-worn tome, rich with stories of intrigue and hidden power, of the society's intricate web that stretched unseen through the fabric of the city. The artifact, which now rested with quiet assurance in his grasp, seemed to pulse with the promise of untold potential, a symbol of his heritage and the responsibilities it now bestowed upon him. He pondered the weight of this newfound understanding, the delicate balance of power, and the moral compass that must guide its use, determined within himself to steer the society's ambitions towards a noble and just cause. As the light of dawn grew more assertive, banishing the shadows of night with a gentle yet inexorable insistence, Pip felt an awakening within, a stirring of resolve that mirrored the awakening city around him. The streets, which had been shrouded in the quietude of slumber, now began to stir with the earliest signs of life. The distant toll of a bell marked the passage of another hour, while the soft clatter of a horse-drawn carriage echoed faintly through the mist, a harbinger of the day's business yet to unfold. In this burgeoning light, Pip saw not only the city anew, but his own place within its vast, intricate tapestry, a thread woven into the grand design, ready to shape the pattern with his own hands. With a deep breath, he embraced his role with a newfound clarity, a determination to forge it a path that would challenge the very norms of the society that had so long stood unexamined. He envisioned a future where justice and progress walked hand in hand, where the legacy of his lineage would serve as a beacon rather than a burden, guiding the society towards a destiny that uplifted rather than oppressed. It was with this resolve that Pip took his first step forward, leaving behind the shadows of indecision and stepping boldly into the light of a nascent day, his heart buoyed by hope and a quiet, steadfast courage. As the fog continued its retreat, revealing more of the city's familiar yet ever-changing visage, Pip's footsteps echoed with a newfound purpose, each step a declaration of his intent to make a difference in a world that so often seemed indifferent. The river, ever his companion, whispered its approval, the gentle lapping of its waters, a serene counterpoint to the burgeoning bustle of the awakening streets. With each step, Pip felt the transformation that had begun during his midnight walk take root, setting him on a course that would shape not only his own future, but the world around him, a guardian of the light that dawn now generously bestowed. The city, with all its complexities and contradictions, lay before him, a canvas upon which he was determined to paint a new beginning, a testament to the power of resolve and the enduring hope of a brighter tomorrow. As he walked into the new day, the echoes of his midnight revelations guiding him, Pip felt the dawn embrace him with its promise, and he knew that this was but the first step on a journey that would forever alter the course of his life and perhaps the fate of the society to which he now belonged.